Roma, Secretary Ami Hober, Board Member Diane Dillon, Board Member Stinson, Board Member Margie Galato, and Board Member Tina Ani. So we appreciate your being here to help promote and implement democracy in Montgomery County. We know you could be lots of different places today. We're glad that you chose to be here. How many of you were here on Thursday? Wow.
Oh, wow.
Thank you for coming back. How many of you have canvassed before but not on Thursday? Wow. Okay. How many of you are first time canvassers? Special applause for the first time canvassers, kind of like first time voters. We really appreciate that. I mean, I realize that you're obviously not first time, but we really appreciate your being here. Just a couple of things to say this morning. I want to start with I think I said this to some extent on Thursday, but today I'm doing it without it. Well, I'll be okay here. I want to start with my continued thank you to our Board of Elections staff. As you might imagine, this time of year, both before and after Election Day, the world knows that we're busy before Election Day. The true insiders know that we're busy after Election Day. And our staff has been very busy for both. While I didn't have to do as much for yesterday when we didn't meet, they had a very busy and stressful day. So I just want to say that I appreciate it and want everyone to know. I also want to say that the people who are here are only a piece of the puzzle. We have people back at the board office who are working on researching for. We have actually, we don't know the exact number yet, but we have a huge volume of provisional ballots. Those of you who worked in early voting on election day probably are not terribly surprised to hear that. But we have staff who are working on that back at our office. So you know, while you or I may be sleeping, our staff is usually working. I hope you get some rest sometime soon. Maybe it'll be in December, but whatever it is, it's much appreciated. The State Board of Elections issued a statement yesterday that I have not committed to memory, but the gist of it is letting everyone know that that is, I think they refer to it as a record number of provisional ballots. But anyway, the gist of their statement was, don't expect boards to necessarily be able to certify by Friday, which is the deadline for the mail-in ballots to arrive at their postmark on November 5th on election day. Now, we in Montgomery County, because of the combination of our volume of ballots and the procrastination of our voters, I always say that because I'm a natural procrastinator, and my way of stopping that tendency is if I say it enough times, I figured that if any of you saw me voting on the last day of early voting, that I would, you know, my name would be mud. So that makes me vote early. So, but we have many people who, you know, submit their mail-in ballots near the end, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We, in my time on the board, I've been on the board since 2011. We have never certified our results on that day. The earliest that we ever did, for those of you who worked in the primary, and thank you. How many of you worked in the primary here? Wow, thank you. The earliest that we had in my time on the board was on that Saturday, which is the day after the mail-in ballot deadline day. But the primary, as you all know, was very different than the general election. And so we will clearly not be done by a week from today. We do plan to meet on Monday, on Wednesday, on Friday and Saturday. Obviously it's always subject to whatever happens between now and then. But the fact that I'm not talking about the week after that does not mean that we're not meeting the week after that. It just means that I'll just take it in bite size. I think it's pretty clear with the meeting during that following week. So I just wanted to share that. And then I just want to say once again, thank you to all of you for being here. Whether you're here for the first time, whether you're here for the 10th time, or anything, however many times you've been here, we literally can't do it without you. We very much appreciate you. Thanks. I'll turn it over to our election director, Boris Blair.
Good morning, everyone. I got a few questions last time about numbers. I know there are people here who like numbers, so we'll be more than happy to share quite a few with all. This year, we have received 192,000 mail-in ballot requests, the highest number in the state of Maryland. This year, we received almost 36,000 web delivery requests, which is more than PG and Baltimore County combined. You canvassed 80,000 ballots before the election date, which is as much as we canvassed in the whole primary of 2024. Today, when we finish canvass, we will have accepted as many ballots as the second highest number of county with the second highest number of mail-in ballots received, which is Baltimore County at 106,000. So this is Montgomery. These are our numbers. This is the work that you guys delivered. So thank you from my side. I believe thank you from everyone. And me personally and the staff will sleep in December. So that will be our time. Before we start, a few remarks from Michelle, few reminders about things that we noticed last time, things that we would like to do better as we go through the day.
Good morning, everybody. So just a few quick things. Make sure you work as a team together. Make sure that you count at the very beginning and at the very end. If you do not have the number of ballots when you count at the very beginning, please raise your hand. Raise your question card, okay? When you count at the very end, make sure you write it on the sheet. Another thing that has gone by every single campus, every FBO ballot, the federal ballot, even with web delivery, you guys know you duplicate that, all web deliveries. But there are some of them that come in the regular envelopes, they're the regular cardstock ballots. But if they say FBO at the top, you need to duplicate those. You get so many that are going through without duplication. Okay, so please be very careful with those and please duplicate those. Does anybody have any questions?
They weren't the FBOs, they have the originals.
Correct, you'll do those the same way you do the web deliveries or any other ballot that you would be duplicating.
But that's the only official size ballot that gets.
That or anything else that needs duplication, if the ballot is ripped, if it's stained, if it's something's wrong with it, then you would duplicate that.
Take over in town. Decisions by the board also.
Well, yeah. Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Parkinson, the attorney of the Board of Elections. If this is the first time that you have served as a canvasser for the general election, thank you and welcome. Please come forward. I need to administer the oath for you before you can begin canvassing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should not have a private joke.
Yes. If you don't mind, that would be great.
I'm sure some of the others would.
I'm gonna ask Jennifer to send out an email to all of you guys. Thank you. Well,
But then they switch, and they drain alleys, and then the person was writing it, off the van line, and the person, you haven't seen it.
On this road,
Okay, the very last, the very back table, okay.
So we decided not to do. It's like the one day, I had not. Hopefully you don't get yes, we have to. That's that's what we are all on expensive like. My laptops, my tablet. I would start exploring it. I'm not so that's why I like it. Think guys are now the local. I don't like this. Yeah, you don't have a. That's great. Because everyone is well. And I'm concerned by I like stuff with you local about it. I don't think it's gonna go back to so not have this Wi-Fi. Yeah, you want to be now. You have to have it registered. And then when they get it, it's sending outside. It's like I'm working access area. Like in that. But you're getting then you have what goes on in that. Like you don't have to have but like I'm not going to do it over. I was able to walk this and I was not to think what else there because everybody, you know, they that's going down now. I have my doubts there. They don't want to but I get up 5 hours besides that, how was Good night, students. Right. Please get down to around 5. Get some exercise. By the time I get home, I'm exhausted. It's the greed and all of me have focus. Democracy,
Did you find out?
Fairfax. No. Get it tonight? Get it. Balls.
Be gone tomorrow. I guess too much of this. Here. That is a public document. Yes.
I didn't say that. I didn't say Yes. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any real question about it. Yeah, they don't say, no, this thing. It's like well, sometimes things they put them together. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think we would just, keep that. Like that. We'll do, okay.
All those graduates. Like, no. Spirit. Don't see you then. Next time, she's in the work for the election. Well, I look at the table first of all. See, usually it's honest. The other way around,
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Just about. Just about. Yes, that's good. Just about. Only when there's a potential for identifying malls. That's when it has to be. So if somebody writes it, balance, and also the represent the regulate, and if it belongs to You guys done? Let's see. Okay. That's good. Oh, yes. Seems like, okay.
That's what usually happens.
I like that. It's been a mistake. I don't like it. Like the fans.
All right, well, enjoy you guys. That's my son.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I'll ask her right now.
I just want somebody else. I would well, what it is. Assuming that that's not the situation. We're gonna get ready so far. That's that gets taken back. They sort the paperwork and the ballots get put into these cardboard boxes. Tape shut. And then when they leave here today, they put those the windows of the ballot, seal the ballot, and it gets transported from here to the board office. There's less than 10 minutes. Yeah. And then it gets unsealed there. In the scanning room, you get scanned. Right. Now, you had an observer who was concerned, they were watching the video, scanning, and they saw folded up ballots and unfolded ballots, cardboard boxes, and the knives, everything was cardboard boxes. They thought, taking the frame ballots and scanning, which means taking voting ballots from here. The folded ones are usually the original ballot, and they are now required by law. The originals and the duplicates together, so that we can make sure that the duplication is like. When we did the recounts in 2018, 2022, there was 0 communication errors in 2014. It was running by the county. So our communication record is quite good. Yeah, but still, whether it's good or not, we want the ability to be able to, to check. The state now requires that across the state. Those ballots. We actually back in the legislation of the election, which was not a part of the state said this is the we said that we do it. The largest jurisdiction in the state. So anyway, and then seeing the other five, they can raise their hand, the ballot, and then they can raise their hand. Yeah, the machine doesn't keep capturing. You go over it in the packet, they can only do it under observation. So basically, it's not only checking balance, it's providing the table, it's also a staff. Or we try. Okay. We try not to. Our authority is really as a group, not as individuals. We don't want to say anything to hurt ethics for staff. They're the experts. So now. And then I don't hear it getting right. Okay, so you heard them tell me last year. Yes. Oh. Okay, that's my cell and that's my email. The rest of it is okay, thank
So we got to stay with that. It's okay as long as I'm not getting have to. Had one the other day, well, had one the other day, Thursday. I'm on the other
Hi,
You're on.
you guys have a pencil?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay,
Ready?
ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Me earlier. Yes. We talked about
And we are several visiting.
Correct.
That's. Yeah. But then somebody checks, Jason, the number for the land there.
Diane probably heard.
People are asking you questions. I'm sorry. Hang on, hang on. I'll be right back.
How many ballots do you use? Yeah, did you write spoiled? I guess you wrote it in the back.
As far as that, you're saying.
Yeah, that's all. They see it, so it's like they're supposed to be. Yeah, that way. I don't need to, but I want to give time that. So. But I think it's almost like that was the deep skill. Oh, shit. That's not fair.
Yeah, we got done. I mean, pretty much, yeah.
How's it going? You guys doing well?
You're the best job. Okay. We're gonna take a break. Oh, you're giving us candy?
No, so we're basically. Ideas that like.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because when they were grown, they had. I agree. Oh, right. It's like, a reasonable meditation. Yes, you kind of have to. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not very, it's like a little bit smaller. You know. I mean, necessity though, that's fine. So, I say that. Yeah, but we can kind of. Yeah, exactly. So when I saw it, it's like. Yeah, it's a culture, yeah. Like, yeah, at least there's some labs that are all. Right, and then also it's like. You know, like, it's almost like, yes, it's right. But yeah. Yes, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I over change the scenarios. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know, we used to do Maryland was just like say you know that years ago. Oh yeah, you had to go to a post office. Oh yeah, the postmark is not currently way to go. Never has been. But you know, when this, with our art, they don't think. Yeah. I don't think that's- Can't. My son. I heard meetings happening now. Thanks for joining us. Hi. Remember Diane? Yeah. How are you doing? Start by introducing yourself. All right. Kevin, turn off the sound on that one better. Okay, the audio is now on. If our observers want to pull up chairs, is that okay with you or?
Fine if they want to pull up chairs, not for this first board.
Basically you can either stand or you can grab it. You see Kevin's chair over there? He's not going to be, yeah, he's not going to be using it for the next however long this takes. So bring it over here.
And I brought something to show you later, David.
Stacy, did you meet my son Andrew? Okay, good. His first,
Alex is?
Alex was getting lunch and I told him to be back by 1 and
It's right there.
yes.
Why didn't you-
Yeah. If you want, grab a chair. Okay. Yeah, you can come.
You can stand there.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Where?
No, not behind the
I
board.
guess just for the first time.
No. Because we have to look at ballots that she can't necessarily see. When someone signs their name on the ballot,
Identifying.
right. Let me just, should I text Alex?
Oh, you got one of those saggy chairs that I did. Yeah. You're gonna freeze to death. No.
He lives in an igloo. He's used to freezing to death. He's the weatherman.
Well, it's not very cold outside.
So should we, what do you think, Kevin? We definitely have a quorum.
Yeah.
I feel bad because, wait, maybe he just texted me back.
Yeah. There we go.
Be there in 3, he says.
Then I'll show you something.
Okay.
And this is not actually, but I just thought since I mentioned it, let's just scribble. And then the only thing
The-
different
the-
is
Is this number,
everything,
this number.
that and this, 103.
Oh.
104.
Show it to Boris. Yeah,
So it's obviously consecutive.
show it to Boris.
It's like they accidentally do to my name.
Yeah, show it to Boris. For sure. Okay. Okay, if any of the rest of you want to pull up chairs, feel free, or if you want to stand, that's fine too. Yeah, hearing is good. We are not, yeah, let me just, yeah, no, you're good. So, just to explain, the reason why we have not started yet is that, we do not have a board member break for lunch. We take staggered lunches and try to keep the quorum here and all that. And Alex is just a couple minutes away, so we are going to wait for him before we get started. we are happy to share with you all the ballots that we are allowed to show you that and that I will show on the screen as well. But there are certain ballots that we cannot show you. Those would be the ones where the voter has put an identifying mark on the ballot, such as signing their name. And in that case, we look at it to see if they have in fact signed their name, but we're not able to share that with the public. And other than that, our board attorney basically presents the various ballots to us. And then we vote by roll call, but not necessarily in the same order. We just kind of go down, down and back. And when we do vote, the reason we do it that way is I want the people who are watching online to be able to know what the vote is. Otherwise, if we just raise hands, no one can see it. We do not have a sophisticated camera system here. It's literally, it's that camera and this camera. That's the one on my computer. That's pretty much it. So we have 7 people who are watching, but many of whom work for us. We have 6 people here now because Margie is a member of our board as well. Margie is just being practical here. She is she's coming closer so that she can hear better. There's 7 members and we're all here. A quorum of our board is 4 members as long as it includes at least 1 from each party. So any combination that adds up to 4, well, actually, if we have 4 members, it just can't be 4 Democrats because we're the majority at the moment. 4 Democrats and 3 Republicans. When Hogan was governor, it was 4 Republicans and 3 Democrats.
Why don't you,
I can stand. No, pull up a chair if you want one.
I want to stand for this program. Yeah.
Okay, so Alex is now here. So Kevin, take it away.
Sure, this is
That's okay.
from
That's okay.
1305. And there are 2 questions. One is this an identifying mark? And then the intent on question A.
Okay. So, I have to turn off hang on a second. Let me turn off my camera. If we decide it's not an identifying mark, I will turn it back on. Okay. So where is, okay. Coming your way in a minute.
The canvas team did not identify it as an identifying mark. You probably made that.
Why?
Oh, wow. I pulled it out.
Thank you
Wow.
for doing that. Because, yeah. Sounds like we may have to have a conversation about what is an identifying mark.
How did it was just a question about whether we.
Question on that, but I looked at it.
Oh, interesting.
The observers cannot see this, right?
They cannot. In case folks do not know, we are not allowed to accept a ballot that has an identifying mark such as signing your name. I have insisted in recent years that our sample ballot include the phrase, sign the oath, not the ballot. Because they must sign the oath, they can't sign the ballot. Yes.
It invalidates.
If we conclude that it's an identifying mark, it invalidates the ballot in completely. Now, many of our voters may be signing their name not because they're seeking to collect their graft, which is, I think, the purpose of the statute in the first place. They may be signing their name because they made a mistake and they think that they need to sign their name in order to validate that they made a mistake. But thus far, with the board, in the past, what our board has done, and we have a member of another board who may do things differently. What our board has done is we consider the signing of a name to be an identifying mark, but we have not considered the signing of initials to be an identifying mark. That has been the line that we have drawn. I don't know whether others would draw it differently. And of course, we could have a much longer conversation that we won't have today as to the wisdom or not of this particular provision of law. So anyway, the floor is open because I'm not sure, well, whatever.
Mr. President,
Yes. Okay, is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded that it be rejected on the grounds of there being an identifying mark. Is there discussion? Okay, Ami, Daniel, Margie, Alex, Tina, Diane, and I vote aye. With apologies to that voter, but
And apologies to our observers.
Yes.
First ballot.
the very first ballot, we're asking you to take our word for it. The person signed their name, at least is the way it looked to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, nothing's happening to that ballot. It's, I mean,
Back in the envelope, Mark.
right.
It actually will be coded by the.
Can you say it louder so that everyone can hear?
Sure.
Yeah.
The ballot goes back in the envelope, it's marked rejected, and then when it's put back into the system, the voter gets voter credit. But it would be if they looked up their ballot.
Credit meaning that they voted.
They voted.
That they voted.
In this election.
They voted, right, but.
Okay.
Okay, my camera is back on.
So hopefully,
And thank you, Kevin, for flagging that.
okay, the next one is in 0704. David, why don't we do this since we have people here? You want to show it on the camera first? You want me to go ahead and show it to everyone?
Let me show it on the camera first, if you don't mind, especially since our viewership is growing.
Why don't you show it on the camera to the board members and then I'll.
Yes,
Walk
if you
the room.
if you could, because that way we can start the conversation while you're showing it to the observer. So I'm sorry, the question is on Kevin Arthur.
It's on Judge Arthur.
Okay, so this is what the ballot for Judge, let me find it. There we go. That's what the ballot for Judge Arthur looks like. And the question is, what was the voter's intent? We're going to go this way this time. I try to alternate between my left and my right. I don't do it perfectly, but fortunately, my colleagues seem to be understanding of my imperfections.
I think you get it right.
So
In other words, you're right-handed.
I am right-handed. I'm left-footed though. I don't know if that makes a difference. I am. I am one of those rare people who is right-handed and left-footed.
How do you know?
David, we heard you never got off on the right side.
I'm still right-handed, you know. Try kicking a football with each foot, and you will see that one, at least in my case, one is much better than the other. I am also both the son and father of left-handed people. Although I'm also the father of a right-handed person. All right, so oh yes, you did. Okay, is there a motion? Alex.
President, I move that this ballot be counted with respect to the office of the Appellate Court of Maryland at large for Kevin Arthur. Yes. For
Okay.
election in office.
Is there a second? Any discussion? I'll just say for the benefit of those who are watching, we basically have. They've seen it. They've seen it. So in this case, we have markings under the no that have been scratched out, and then we have the circle filled next to the yes and the word yes circled. So we have multiple indicators of what the voter intended, and I think that This to us is a relatively clear indication of intent. Okay, let's vote. Alex. Margie. Daniel. Ami. Diane. Tina. And I vote aye. It is unanimous. Right, that will be duplicated, and it'll be duplicated with no markings on the no and the yes with the circle filled in and no other markings.
The scanner would see it as an overvote.
Right, the scanner sees it as an overvote, and obviously, right. And I will say that one of the few things that happens when we do recounts of ballots that were done from the machines, not the mail-in ballots, but from the machines, from people who submit their ballots, is that sometimes people get told it's an overvote, but they still vote it. When we do a recount, we can look at the ballot and say, oh, they actually crossed one out and circled one, and then we can count it. And so when you see the vote total change in a recount, that is frequently the reason, is that those kinds of markings that the machine counts as an overvote, and we see voter intent. Okay, Kevin.
Next is 0206 United States Senate.
Okay. So this is United States Senate for this particular ballot. And I think I go this way this time. The voter has marked more than one choice, but wrote the word okay next to one of the choices. And that is the question before us. And I will just say, for the benefit of our observers today, that we see virtually everything, but every election we see something new, and I think this one may be new for me. The words okay, we do have people who write yes and write no. We have people who write arrows. We have people who write not this one.
We also had a really funny ballot once where the voter wrote a commentary on each one of the candidates.
Have you all had a chance to see it?
I have.
Okay. Yeah, it really should go to the board members first. Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, okay, yes. Is there a motion? Margie.
Big Al showed up.
I move that this ballot be counted for Angela.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that it counted as a vote for Angela Alsobrooks. Is there any discussion? Okay, Alex. Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, and I vote aye. Obviously, that would have been a very different conversation if they had not written okay. So if there would have been any conversation at all, yeah, in all likelihood.
Next ballot is from 0706. The issue is in connection with the office of president.
I think I go this way this time.
You can show it on the screen.
Oh, no, I did not show it on screen. Pardon me for 1 second. No, my apologies. I'll just do it real quick. So this is a circle and an X. And what I was looking for with the magnifying glass, and I'm guessing, Alex, you might want the lighted magnifying glass, is whether the circle is on top or the X is on top, to the extent that we can tell, which is very hard to do sometimes, but we have had occasion where we have been able to figure it out. And we also sometimes, in the category of if any of you are fans of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's kind of like polling the audience. We poll our colleagues and say, well, do you think it's on top or on the bottom? And if we all agree, you know, we're kind of crowdsourcing a little bit, so.
For president?
For president. President is the office in question. And I would add that there are no markings for any of the other candidates. So the question is it a vote or is it not a vote? No, just one. They marked the same person they filled in the circle and they wrote an X. But we have some voters who write an X and then realize they're supposed to put a circle. And then we have other voters who write a circle and then realize they didn't mean to and they put an X over it. And so, you know, it is a, yeah, now we're not only into the magnifying glass, we're in the super magnifying. Well, and an extra magnification.
It looks like the X is over.
Can I borrow that?
I agree. Sometimes you can actually see.
Yes, want to see it again. Can I?
You want to look at the floor.
Yeah, yes.
Kind of match it right up.
Right, I got you. I have to turn the light on. And I have to go really close is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. About a quarter.
I would have to think that was a process.
All right, let's see if I'm capable. Apparently not. All right, there we go. So,
No, I'm magnifying glass, get a flashlight.
Same thing.
No, what we do.
I think I agree. Do you need this or?
No.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, they haven't had a chance yet. I apologize. I have, you have. So, thank you, Alex. That extra magnification actually helps quite a bit,
Yeah, definitely.
you know. The issue is that the circle is filled in and there's an X there, but sometimes the voters put the X and then they realize they're supposed to fill in the circle. Sometimes they put the circle and then say, no, I don't mean to do this, and they cross it out with an X.
Or they put someone else.
Or they put someone else and they cross it out and then they fill out another. So you have to figure out whether they meant to vote or whether they didn't mean to vote. Sometimes, and especially with the extra magnification, and in fact, you may want to check it out because this extra magnification actually does help. Although your eyes are way better than mine, so, you know.
Sometimes we're distinguishing the fact that you can see the ending.
I don't think so.
The X is in the fifth race, and they've otherwise marked it.
Not all of our voters are that logical. We had some, yeah. Well, we also have some who change. We had a ballot a few canvases ago. They voted in 3 different ways on the same ballot. You know, at least 3, you know, X's for some races, circles for some races, a circle over an X, others marked in the same way. You know, voters do everything.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The observers don't get to hold the ballot.
Don't get to touch. Issue is that a vote or?
I don't know. Probably. No. Well, all I saw was a vote. But that doesn't really prove anything. Right.
need to look at one more thing.
Did you get a chance to see it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, it's a mixture. No, it doesn't. Okay, all right, the floor is open for discussion. Let's not go to a motion quite yet, because I suspect that we need to discuss what we saw first. Daniel,
So my initial observation is that the voters seem to have had a kind of mind that they voted because they filled out the
Can I see the
oval,
ballot?
and then I saw an X on top of the oval, which the only way I can interpret the voters' intent is to say they did not want to vote on that basis.
so it's your belief that the X is on top?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't think you have inclusion as to why.
okay,
I think it is clearly.
okay. Alex?
Yeah, I agree. I think it was initially a decision to go for X, and then cross out indicates the desire to go to any candidate.
Margie, what do you think?
Oh, to be honest, I looked at it and it was hard for me to tell if it was on top or anything. To be honest, it's confusing to me.
Diane?
I thought initially the X was on top and I looked at it 2 more times and I believe the X looked like it was on top in the gate.
Tina? Okay. I will say that when I looked at it with the plain magnifying glass, I saw it kind of both ways. When I looked at it with Alex's kind of super, what do you call it? 4X. To me, it looked like the X was on top. So.
President, I agree with you.
Well, I think I agreed with you. You said it first.
You're voting for you, said it last. You say tomato.
Sorry.
You say tomato.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I just want the record to reflect that Mr. Karoma did think for himself on this one. Yeah, no, understood. He wasn't just agreeing with his board president. He was, he had his,
It's really have an attorney here. It's the board attorney here.
yeah, but he represents me.
Okay, Mr. President, I will move the council says no vote.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that it be counted as not a vote for any candidate for president. Oh, okay. Any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Alex, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. Not a vote for president. Thanks for joining us today. Good chatting with you too. Okay.
Put it back.
If you happen to find that.
Or Alex, if you want to sit down, feel free.
Take care.
Okay. Okay.
You're welcome to stay.
Yeah, you can stay.
Oh, yeah, don't feel, we've got it.
We have a lot more to do.
Down here too.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
Bill,
that's-
it's just getting started.
It's just, yeah. Okay, what do you got next, Kevin?
This is out of 927. The issue is in connection with US Senate.
Okay, further in the category of our voters do everything, that is the vote for US Senate. I've lost track of which way I'm supposed to go. I'll go this way, I guess. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. In the future, I will do that. In the future, I will do that. Okay.
We're having fun with this.
Okay. Okay. Well, as long as I'm keeping you entertained, you know.
You've actually drawn my attention to it now. Well, literally, I'm counting how you.
Okay.
We're gonna have a little.
Yeah.
Pretty soon.
Just as long as it's not a measurable goal on my performance plan, right? Because then I've got a problem, right?
ADD, so that's not good. So.
Oh, so this is your hyper focus.
That's why I'm an engineer.
Okay.
Can't get too many goals.
Okay. Well, I'm trying not to discriminate. My son, the left-hander, will be all over me if I discriminate too far in the right-hand side. So.
I've been thinking, how do I solve David's problem?
Oh, Daniel, if you're gonna solve a problem for me, I have others that are higher priority. I have higher priority problems than this one.
This is the only one. Whenever you're in doubt, just come into your life.
Okay, okay. All right, everyone's seen it, right? Okay, is there a motion?
Yes.
Keena? Okay, it's been moved that it be counted as a vote for Larry Hogan. Is there a second? Any discussion? Keena, Diane, Ami, Daniel, Margie, Alex, and I vote aye. It is counted as a vote for Larry Hogan. Next.
Is out of 0201. The issue is in the race office of the president. Really two issues, which is whether it's a cross out for Harris, and there's a write-in that doesn't have a bubble fill.
Well, apparently she got a vote for president. She may have gotten a vote for president of the United States.
A lot of work for it.
This is what the vote looks like.
Is what certified, right?
I don't believe so, but
Not familiar with it.
the name is a singer.
Yes.
No.
So I'm guessing the answer is no.
Okay.
It's not on there.
Listen, isn't she
She's a singer.
I have no
I don't
idea.
know. It's a trend sadness.
Well, you can tell how much I do to my music. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I had
I'll
to,
take your word for it.
I Googled it.
I
But
was looking to see whether the person was a voter.
I can find out.
So it's not the voter, right?
no, famous. No, Lana Del Rey is a singer. She is not listed as as a certified write-in candidate. That does not prevent her from getting a write-in vote. It does prevent us from, the tabulating her total.
I think I see that. That's not a vote that I found.
Yes. No, no,
We'll see how Harris.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Oh.
I will say that
And that's
she
right.
meets the age requirement for being president of the United States. Oh, but it's not her actual name. I don't know if that matters.
It's like Lizzie Green.
Her name is Elizabeth Woolridge Grant.
It's like a very popular thing with like younger millennials.
Yeah, Coach Tyler. Well, maybe shower events is interesting, isn't it? I think the oval. Oh, we're talking.
No, no.
What are you looking at one more? That doesn't have. Get back at the track. What happened in the trial? I realized that. Then somebody starts off filling out that. And they're in the direction. That's a scenario.
Well, you really have made this more complicated.
Well, actually, yeah, mine did.
Yeah, well, I mean, without looking at that question, it looked like a straight up write-in vote. You know,
The oval on that writing is not fair.
understood, but we already have established a long time ago that if you don't fill in the oval for the write-in, we will still count the write-in. But if the circle is on top of the X, that makes it much more complicated. It could be.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because of the interruption of the line.
Yeah,
Of the
I'm
X.
still trying to find out.
Actually has multiple interruptions.
So then is it an overvote?
That's a good question.
I mean, you the attorney.
You're the board. I don't get to vote. I just get to ask the questions.
You can see the lines that went through the oval.
That's what I thought initially, but when I looked at it again.
Look through the map.
It is.
I want you all to be generous when it finally comes down here, if we take a little while.
Understood. You can take a little while. Sure. Let's see. I would say it's clearly on top. The circle. I think the circle's on top just because of the coloration here. That's the way it looks to me anyway. Which I don't know what that means, but you know, it means our referral meeting is gonna last a little longer. That's what it means.
Is this a real head scratch?
It is.
I still wanna know.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
What's that?
Will be another.
If we count the write-in without the circle fill. Because we counted the write-ins without the circle fill that's all there was. But when that's not all there is, especially, yeah, but then what's the X? The X was originally a vote for Kamala. Then somebody said, oh, I'm gonna do something fun. I'm gonna vote for this singer. And then they said, no, I'm gonna say, no, I'm really gonna vote for Kamala.
But you don't know when the writing.
No, we don't know when the writing was relative to the X or the circle.
Writing's pretty clear.
Oh, the writing is very, the writing is very clear. I'm gonna throw something out here that I don't usually throw out. This one might just be one where we can't determine the voter's intent.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know.
If you go, and I'd like to find out what is the law states in terms of the writing. If the writing is clearly a vote, indicates the voters intend to vote, then I would say that, yeah, then we go, I would vote for it to be a vote.
Like to be an overvote?
Yeah, no.
So you would not consider the X to have negated the Kamala Harris vote?
No.
Well, the X wasn't on top.
Well, if again, it depends on, I mean, everyone can look at it differently.
That's good.
I don't think the X was on top. I think that the circle was on top,
That's what
but I'm not sure that I feel so confident in that I would call it an overvote, but I'm not sure it matters if we can't determine intent. Whatever we call it, we call it.
Absolutely cannot tell. Which came first, the circle or the?
Okay, the floor is open for conversation. I'm not sure if we're motion ready yet, but
what I saw was that the X was underneath
Okay.
But
Yeah.
if,
Well, what does that mean?
well,
And
it's there's an overvote.
Actually, let me ask a question, if you don't mind. Let me start with, do most people believe that the circle is on top of the X, or that the X is on top of the circle, or that you don't know? Who thinks that the X is, who thinks that the circle is on top of the X? Okay, I do as well. So 4 of us. Who thinks that the X is on top of the circle?
I kind of think
Okay.
it is, kind of,
Okay, who thinks that they don't know which is which?
so I would have
Okay.
to go with that.
Okay, so, all right, so we're kind of, split on that. If. All right, if the circle is on top of the X. Is there anyone who believes that the write-in should be ignored? So if the circle is on top of the X, it is the belief of those who believe the circle is on top of the X that it's an over.
Can I,
Okay,
can
yeah,
I say,
okay,
I don't think the circle's on top, but if that were the case, oh wait, is the circle on top?
right.
Yeah, then it should be ignored.
I would say that I.
Then it should be ignored.
Yeah, I mean, to me, given that the circle is on top, but given that there's no circle for the write-in, I'm not sure that I feel confident of which one they wanted to do. You know, because again, we don't know which came first, et cetera. Okay, for those of you who thought that the X, for those of you who thought the X was on top, what would you propose? Do you, are you thinking that this is a can't figure it out, or this is a write-in vote?
I think Diane's the only one who thought the X was over there.
Is that right? Everyone else was like, I'm not sure. Okay.
And Margie said they couldn't tell.
Okay.
Margie said.
I thought that, I think the bubble.
Okay.
Oh, maybe Tommy could,
And-
Tommy could.
And I think maybe the X is on top, if that were the case, I would count it as a vote for Longatel Ray.
Okay. And for those who can't figure out whether the X is on top or not, it sounds like you would be in favor of can't determine intent on this vote. Okay, Tina, is that right? Okay. So I think I would like to make a motion that we cannot determine the intent of this vote.
Why would you do that when they have a majority?
Who thinks that the circle is on top? Because I'm not convinced that as to whether it's an overvote because they didn't fill in the circle for the writer.
Can somebody make a motion then?
I just did.
Oh,
And what was it
what
again?
was the motion?
My motion is that we determine that we cannot determine the intent of this vote. That's my motion.
Second.
One of the person writes in, but does not bubble in.
We normally bubble in the right.
You're what?
If the-
Normally bubble in, fill in the circle for the.
So let's look, but you have to look at it as a total, excuse me. Can I talk first and then you? Okay. I started first. If you look at it as a whole, I mean, yes, if there was nothing else marked, the person writes in the write-in, we would count it as a write-in vote. Intent is clear. Okay, they didn't know that they were supposed to fill in the circle or they forgot, whatever, but they thought that they wrote in. In this instance, we can't say that there's no other marking. So then we have to decide whether the other marking is, whether the combination of a filled in circle with an X versus a filled in write-in without a circle being filled in, whether that gives you clear intent. To me, I'm not sure if the person, which came first, which was, whether they wrote in and changed their mind to Kamala, whether they did Kamala, crossed it out, et cetera. And I'm not as confident with which one is on top, although I do think that the filled in circle is on top. That is why I was suggesting that we just say cannot determine the intent. Because I do not feel confident that I can say the person intended to vote for both of them. Because they did not fill in the circle next to the right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please.
I may have misunderstood Kevin, but I was gonna ask the other day. was I not instructed, and I think you clarified this. If nothing else is marked, if there's just a write-in, no bubble, we consider that bad.
Yeah.
Right, you fill in the bubble.
Okay.
Yes.
That's where.
Right,
I hear you
right,
say
right,
we-
right.
When it gets back from
Oh,
board referral, what
okay.
happens is the
Right.
bubble gets
Yeah,
filled in.
Right.
I get it.
So
I
this,
just-
Right, but
But this is
that's not the situation we're in.
Right, I'm just looking for
so it looks,
clarification and.
it looks to me like the question for the board is this an overvote or is it a no vote?
And that's the, so my question
It's the
is,
same result,
David,
but
yeah, that's exactly what, so when, if, by your motion on the floor right now, which has been seconded, is that we consider that we cannot determine the voters' intent.
Correct.
What would be the outcome of that? Is that race will be? no vote?
That race will be left blank.
Then I'll take back my, because it would give me the same outcome. No, it would give the same
It would
outcome.
allow someone to read with some motion because it reaches the same result,
Same
even if the underlying.
That was part of my goal.
What I'm doing.
Part of my goal, I like the fact that we have lots of unanimous votes. Okay, I am not suggesting that anyone has to vote a particular way on a particular motion, but I'm just saying that I personally am having trouble figuring out this particular combination of things, how do I come to a conclusion that I can say I'm confident in this conclusion? So therefore, that's what I'm going with.
But it gives me the same outcome that I would.
Right,
I'm thrown in with the bottom line. I seconded your motion.
okay. Is there any further discussion on my motion? Okay,
In judicial opinion, it would be concurrent.
yeah, concurring in the judgment, right, exactly, concurring in the judgment. Okay, Keena. Keena votes no. Diane. Okay, Ami. Daniel. Alex. Margie. And I vote aye. Keena, do you think it was a write-in vote? Okay. You don't think the circle is on top, using the combination of the X and the,
see, I got confused in that one. I started with right
Okay.
in, then I went to overvote, and then I ended up with no vote.
that's what you get for writing it
That's
down.
what happens when you try to presume.
Yeah.
These are all the possibilities.
Okay. Well, obviously, I know I don't need to tell you this, but feel free to speak up if you so desire. Okay,
Is that the new bid?
it is indeed.
I didn't see that coming.
There's another one.
Oh, really?
It's spoon feeding us, basically.
Yes.
Big. So many.
You want to move in closer if you can.
Okay.
All right, well, that was fun.
Well, Kevin had even pointed out so that my brain can actually get the vote thing that we'll actually get to the same conclusion.
Maybe the person was, he or she was listening to that person's music. They're filling out the ballot.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, so the issue here is. Okay, this person's provided some fairly clear direction. You look at Judge Ann Albright, Judge Arthur. They've circled yes, Leahy, yes.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yes, she is, yeah.
constitutional question 1, they put yes and they filled in 4.
I'm sorry, say that again.
They circled yes for Arthur, Albright, Leahy, and they put 4 question 1 and filled in 4 question 1.
Okay. So,
Oh,
okay, so in each case. All right, so what we have, let me show it on the screen. We've got for Judge Albright, all we have is the word yes circled in the instructions. For Judge Arthur, all we have is the word yes circled in the instruction. for Judge Leahy, we have the word yes circled in the instructions and the circle next to yes filled in. And for question 1, we have the word yes written next to the instructions and the for circle filled in. So none of them have conflicting marks, but some of them have markings that are not in the circles. Everybody follows? Okay, right. So still some potentially indicators of intent. Yes, right, right. Right. It is in fact possible that we could accept all of those markings as all being in one direction on whatever, right?
Thing is.
This is how you go, this is information, I wonder if that's separate balance, but I guess the vote.
And we have previously,
Yes.
right,
That's not.
right, it's not conflicting, but it's also not following the directions. And what we generally have done is, if it's not conflicting, we have accepted as an indicator of intent.
Yeah, but no.
You have to define the pattern where you this, you have to sometimes select each race based on the marking. Sometimes it's
Like that.
like a solution for all desires. Sometimes it's a bit of a circle.
So do you all think that this is a candidate for an overall solution? Okay. Do you think this is a candidate for an overall solution as opposed to a race by race determination, or you haven't seen it yet? Then never mind. Hold on to that thought. I apologize for my premature question. That's why I asked my question as to whether we could have an overall solution. Okay, I'm going to propose a motion to cover all of the races, and if anyone feels like we want to separate one out, just let me know. So I'm going to move that we count the vote for Judge Albright as a yes vote, the vote for Judge Arthur as a yes vote, the vote for Judge Leahy as a yes vote, and the vote for question 1 as a vote for.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I'm basically going with all the different markings in different ways, but all in the same direction. Okay. Okay, thank you. Then we'll call on Diane first. Diane,
Aye.
Tina, Alex, Margie, Daniel, Ami, and I vote aye. Trying to make up for the fact that we spent so much time on that one ballot. So. Okay.
So what ended up happening with that one ballot that was like those Kamala Harris from Young Bell Red?
We decided that we could not determine the voters' intent.
And then
Nothing, so nothing, there's no vote counted.
So it'll get duplicated as a blank,
okay.
no vote.
Just for that race. Well, it depends.
It doesn't matter, it's the same impact.
9:35. Okay. Okay, Board of Education, they filled in, Len Harris, they filled in Rita Montoya, and then they wrote in Rita Montoya.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
I've seen that one before.
Yeah.
I think
We had good news for you. Get you out on time. Early.
All right, that's what it looks like. I think I went that way last time. This is the vote right here,
They can only
That
vote
sounds
for
okay.
one.
and they could only vote for one, but they have voted for one of them as a write-in in addition to voting for both of them with the circles.
Well, I know what I think. Is there a rule?
Pass the ballot while you're asking your questions so that everyone can take a look. Kevin, is there a rule? I mean, I think we have definitely in the past, if they voted just for the person and wrote them in, we've counted it. But if they vote for two people and write one in and have not indicated that their write-in is their person, I think we have to, that's the question before us.
Question is whether the write-in.
The question is whether the write-in is a determination of intent between the two candidates that they've already voted for.
They just got to have a vote. I'm going with Rita. Then it would be overall, and that was only 60 days. That's why I asked if there's a rule on
Now, you understand when I say they do everything? No, no, this one is,
But that's the only thing.
that's the only one where they potentially overvoted. Okay, the floor is open because I'm not sure, I'm an undecided voter on this one for the moment, so.
Mr. President,
Yes,
especially
Gina.
like race, it is my thought that the voter have intended to make things clean for their ballots, not necessarily simple, but clean for their ballots, and they decided to double down on Rita Montoya as a way of confirming that their original marking, the kind above, was inaccurate.
Now, given that 99% of people have crossed out something that they didn't want, do we have any theories as to why this voter did not cross out the marking next to Lynn Harris?
There's always that 1%.
Is there any consideration to the fact that Rita last name is not Rita Montoya, but Rita Manya?
No.
Speaking from experience, people who put my name down as Kina confidently, and then reading it back, it's been Kenya many times.
Well, not only that, I think that is Montoya. I think the T is very small.
Oh, okay.
Person's handwriting's only marginally better than mine.
Daniel, what do you think, Daniel?
My question, well, it's really a question. My question is, was any of this over way more than the other? In terms of, by a voter writing in a name, does that make it a higher priority or more of a significant of shading in your vote?
See, the way I would view it, and I don't know what the law would say, the way I would view it is that the write-in is equal, but not in excess of the others. So in other words, if they'd written in a third person, we would have had 3 votes, one, all of equal value. I don't think the fact that they write it out, to me, that's one person's opinion. I don't know if the law agrees with me.
Okay.
I think what makes this one a little more complicated is that they seem to have written in one of the names that they circled for. But I'm having a hard time getting over the idea that they made literally 0 effort to cross out the one they didn't. They didn't cross it out. They didn't write an X. They didn't draw through the name. They didn't write the word no. And we've had lots of people who have done all those different things.
So, Mr. President, did you say that either possible outcome is equally plausible?
Either possible outcome, meaning overvote or a vote for Montoya?
No, definitely.
That's,
Equally plausible.
I don't know if I would use that phraseology because I think plausible is more it is or it isn't. Right? I mean, but is it plausible that it was an overvote? Yes. Is it plausible that they meant to tell us that they were voting for Montoya? Yes.
Or is
That's-
the evidence in support of either outcome in equipoise?
Well, that I'm not sure of. That's part of why I'm asking everyone else what they think.
So, go back to Kevin.
Okay.
Go back to Kevin, because regardless if they voted, even if they wrote like 10 times,
Even if what?
even if they wrote 10 times, Rita Montoya,
Okay,
right? It did say nothing else about any of the candidates on this race, right? I'm inclined to say that they overruled
Because they filled in the circle for Lynn Harris.
So even if they wrote, like, except if, there are lots of exceptions, that's why I don't want to get into it. So Kevin, what does the law say about filling in just the overall for candidates in the race? If you fill in, if there's a vote for one and a voter votes for 2, 3, or 4.
It'll be an over.
Thank you, that's where I would come down on this.
RGC?
now,
Yeah,
I mean, right, I'm kind of,
I guess it.
excuse me,
Yeah,
I just talk to everybody if you want to talk, you know.
I think that this is small over the map that I would have to think at this point cannot determine. Because it looks to me like an overvote. On the other hand, I started out thinking, wow, this person emphasized, made a mistake on one and then emphasized Rita Montoya by
Yeah,
doubling and then.
I'm having a hard time with again, kind of the failure. There's so many different ways to tell us that they made a mistake. And they haven't really taken any of it.
I also think, like, we talked a lot about finding patterns and having some level of consistency. I think there can be consideration, and this, like, maybe, like we talked about earlier, that this person is the exception. We may not like that they're the exception, that's different from.
Right, but in order for us to determine their intent, we can't just assume, because every voter is an exception in the sense that they all do it their own way. I mean, have they been an exception in a way that we can discern their intent?
Can I ask my colleague a question? Just because, in fact, go ahead.
Everyone has seen it. Everyone saw it, yes.
No, so my question to my colleague, Tina, is that, like, for example, the voters handwriting, right? Almost Diane could not recognize the T. Let's say they voted for somebody else, or maybe missing one letter from the lead. We wouldn't have matched that to Rita Montoya, right? So my question is, just because you wrote Rita Montoya twice, or even 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, does not negate the fact that Lynn Harris is also shared.
No.
And to me, I think, like, there's nothing within the law, from what I understand from Kevin, to say just because the name appears twice or more for a vote for one, but 2 of the ovals are actually shaded, that means.
Three ovals are shaded. The right end is shaded too.
That's the giggle.
Yeah.
So 3 are shaded, but it's a vote for one. But just because two of the ovals, one name appears, that does not give it more weight than the other.
Okay.
Kevin, am I correct or am I wrong?
Well, you are. I guess the question is, do you think that is the voters trying to signify to you that they wanted to vote for Rita Montoya? On the one hand, on the other hand, they provided no information to suggest that they're not voting for Lynn Harris.
Right. That's right. That to me is that's the issue. Okay. So I'm ready to make a motion if no one else wants to.
Yeah.
I'm moved that this be considered an overvote.
No,
Second.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I didn't see.
Oh, you didn't see the ballot? Okay.
So.
I am very confident that is the case. Okay. Which precinct did you say this is from? 935.
935.
Not her ballot. Okay, so any further discussion?
And should I add just one more calculation that would enter me at risk of?
As, if you'd like.
I'll make it really quick. I do think in the end, when I decided it's gotta be an overvote, part of that was also because I think that this voter might not have really known what was going on and just circled stuff because the Montoya, I go back to spelling it wrong in that this T doesn't appear anywhere over here. So it just.
I think that's a T right there.
But see how distinctively sharp the T is?
Doesn't matter. That's a T right there. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, all right, we ready to vote? Everyone ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Keena, Alex. Okay, I vote aye. It is unanimous, an overvote.
I don't remember.
Oh, we've had crazier. We've had the X's, circles, et cetera, et cetera. That was a classic. That's almost in the category of the one that had the color commentary on all the candidates.
Is that the one that we did on Thursday?
Okay, now 7.3.
Yeah, no, that's a different one. All right, Kevin.
Board of Education District.
Okay. So, in this case, for Board of Education District 2, we have both circles filled in, but a check mark next to one of them. So I need my memory refreshed from just earlier in this meeting. Is this the meeting where we had the okay?
Yeah.
And how did we vote on the okay? Did we decide that okay was an indicator? So basically, this is the equivalent, but with a check mark because the okay also had both of them marked. Okay.
That is good.
It seems to me that we need a clearer instruction. And that would make a difference. But I hear you, it's worth a try.
It's worth a try. The problem is we have to come up with a way of saying it that is understandable and not overly lengthy. And we can't possibly cover everything that the voters do. Okay,
I've been pretty consistent on these.
okay, is there a motion? Daniel, okay, is there a second? Moved and seconded, there be counted as a vote for Brenda Diaz. Any discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Keena, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. I have not noticed that, but we do have more observers.
Yeah.
I think that makes a difference. Yeah.
Okay. And this is from 1302.
They even write a name, but they don't. I don't necessarily agree with that guy. But that guy.
There's a write-in for president, but that's self-explanatory. And
There's some write-ins on the back too.
correction with regard to, or there's an issue with regard to the judges in the Sixth Circuit. Really the only issue. Judge for the Sixth Circuit. Judges for the Sixth Circuit.
Because everything else, where there's write-ins, there are no other votes. Okay, so the issue is the judges for the Sixth Circuit. This is what it looks like. I'll go this way. This is the only way where you have an issue. Andrew, you're not supposed to use your phone in this room.
Oh, okay. So on this ballot, we're looking at the. And this, right here, and this right here. And all the rest are writings, there is no.
We're gonna be discussing Lana Del Rey for the rest of the time. Okay, this is the race that we're looking at. Everything else is just a regular write-in. You guys saw the ballot over there? Okay,
I did.
okay. This was the one with the judges? You didn't come your way? Okay.
Can I send you a couple of pictures, David? I was gonna send you a couple of pictures.
Yes.
of Canvas at the center of the front.
Yeah, please.
Can I text them to this?
Yeah, or email, either one. Okay, thank you. Absolutely.
I'll tell you what they are.
And your contact information. Okay,
Yeah, I had our.
okay. So, is there a motion? Daniel,
I believe on this ballot for the raise of for states. I move that we accept the voters vote for Marybeth, for Lewis, and a write-in for Nathaniel. Nathaniel.
okay. Is there a second? Yes, the motion was to count the votes for Mary Beth Ayers, Louis Leibowitz, and a write-in vote for Nathaniel Pollock. And those would be the only votes that would be included. I would add, just for context, for those who don't remember what the ballot looks like, that there was one that was circled, has an X through it, and the word no written below it, and the word error in parentheses. That one is not part of Daniel's motion. Everybody's up to speed? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Daniel, Ami, Margie, Alex, Kina, Diane, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay. Next one is from 07-04. And the issue is in the Board of Education district. Board of Education District 2.
This is what it looks like in Board of Education District 2. Let's not discuss it now. Happy to discuss it when we're done with the meeting. If you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion? Alex,
Move that for this ballot with respect to the office of Board of Education, District 2, that it be counted as no vote for any candidate.
okay, is there a second? Any discussion? I think the X is on top. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Alex, Tina, Diane, Ami, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. Thank you. It is unanimous.
Okay, folks.
Stay tuned. Uh-oh. I think that he may be thinking that we may not be here at 5 o'clock and therefore we clear out as much as we can now. That's my guess.
Well, Andrew, what's your thoughts so far? On this process? Kind of interesting. I mean, like, it's kind of funny that someone literally crossed out a vote for Kamala Harris and then wrote in Sonny Del Rey. Like, that's just. That's the highlight, that's the highlight. I mean, it's an unforgettable moment.
An unforgettable moment.
I mean, I wish people would take their vote more seriously and not, just throw it out like that, but it's just. That's one for your memory. Yeah.
Okay, now we're in 12:03.
Basically the same process, but I kept like a little higher. Oh, okay. How long ago did they make that up?
This is a ballot
Okay.
from 12:03. The issues in the Board of Education District 4, where the oval has been clearly filled in for Ms. Evans with a Post-it note that says, quote, vote Laura Stewart, parentheses, made a mistake. With the oval for Ms. Stewart not filled in.
They're still gonna duplicate it anyway. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm certain that someone forget their college.
No voter assistance form.
No voter assistance form? Okay. No, we don't.
We can.
Well, it's up to you. I don't know that we know that's a Post-it note. I could have filled out my ballot and my industrious son could have written a post-it note, put it on my ballot. I don't think he'd do that, but you know.
I didn't mean to make you laugh. I just said it came with a post-it note. That's exactly what it was.
I don't-
To keep the ballot clean, they did something that they thought would be helpful.
Oh.
I don't know that we can give, I don't know that we can give credit to a post-it note.
Oh, that's really hard. You don't know if someone else actually stuck that on.
That's what I just said. I said you could have done it to my ballot.
Who could have done it?
Not you,
Oh, okay.
not you, my offspring. No, he should be as offended or more than you, but because I didn't say that he would do it. I said, I didn't say that he would do it. I said that he could do it. But here's the other problem. If someone in your household, and this could definitely be true in my household for some voters, someone in your household really likes a different candidate than you do. You fill out your ballot for the candidate you like, and they come along with a post-it note that says, actually, I meant to vote for this other candidate.
You all heard this. This guy's right at the board of the light. Hello.
Could we please not have that conversation for this meeting? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Is there any precedent that we've said that you can't consider something that's affixed to the ballot but was not written on?
I don't know that we've ever faced this decision before. I have a hard time with something affixed to the ballot that could have been affixed by anyone. That's my own personal opinion.
This is the manual.
Yeah.
I don't think it's no different. I think that it is different, but I agree with you that it is that the question is how similar is it?
But then the question would be, can we consider that to be a note?
There are no notes. There are no notes.
There you go, thank you.
I mean, Kevin, is there a procedure for a note other than, you know, what you write on your ballot? Other than the oath?
No, but normally when someone does something like this, they would write something on the ballot.
There you go.
Identify.
So that would not be considered a note, right?
But we don't know what, I'm not sure what you mean. We don't know what it is. There is no note. There is no,
I agree with you. I guess I wouldn't consider the posted, whatever what's on that poster, I wouldn't consider it.
well, we have two questions here.
Yeah,
We have, do we give a vote to the post-it note? And then the second question, is do we think that they have invalidated the vote on the ballot? You know, so, you know, I have a hard time.
yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a hard time accepting, if it was written on the ballot. There you go. I agree. There's nothing here in the.
I do take that position.
instructions that
That's
talks
not
about
what I do, but I also
posted
think
note, then it's gotta be a vote for everyone, right?
no, I think it, and I go.
Is this one is the vote?
I agree with that, and I think because they're conflicting.
Oh, yeah, this is a different.
No, I get
How can you conclude that it's too confusing? You don't, that post-it note could have come from this room.
I don't want to put that thought out there. but-
Well, I'm just, I don't either. I mean, it wouldn't have come from this room, but I'm just,
Exactly.
right, no, it wouldn't have. But what I'm saying is that we don't know where the post-it note came from. And why should it invalidate a perfectly valid ballot with the circle marked perfectly? I mean, we don't know what the origin of the note is.
This is the instruction for canvassers, you know?
Okay. And what-
You don't have any other instructions? I guess?
No, but there are many situations that the instructions do not address. So the fact that it's not addressed does not necessarily, is not dispositive of what we do. But but I assume that there is no instruction in there about what we do with Post-it notes. It probably has not been something that has come up.
So the question is, can you discern the voters? Clearly discern the voters.
Okay, so, Daniel, I recognize you for your motion.
Mr. President, can I? No, let us finish the motion. Can I say?
Yeah, and then can we have it back after you?
Mr. President, on this ballot, for the race of our Board of Education, District 4, I move that we accept this as a vote for February.
Is there a second? I will second it. Discussion. Alex,
I think the Comar regulations talk about, in this context of determining voter intent, that a ballot has to be marked in some way. Which means, in my view, it has to be something that's actually physically written on the ballot paper itself, or not written, or conflictingly written. So I think that in the context of that, you can't consider something that's affixed to it, when it was not, when the ballot itself was not marked with that comment.
do you happen to have that regulation handy?
Well, I was looking for, this is the definition of a vote, they said it's a task, it's not, but it's.
Do you have a,
Following visual examples, including votes, that can be counted as well as those that cannot be counted. Of course, the range of ways in which a voter can mark a ballot.
right,
When I read mark a ballot, it means something that's physically written on the ballot.
right, but that's in guidance. I'm hoping to find the reg itself if we can.
03.08.
Yeah,
02.
Punching it out.
I am.
Right. 02 or 03.
All right, let's try it. Definition of a vote. That's what we're looking for? All right, they have two separate sections. One is for automatic tabulation and one is for manual tabulation. Manual tabulation, the following marks constitute a vote. Wait, if ballots are tabulated manually, the following marks constitute a vote for a candidate or question choice on an optical scan voting system. The majority of an oval designating the candidate or question choice is filled in. The oval next to the candidate's name or question choice is circled or underlined. The candidate's name or the question choice is circled or underlined. The name or question choice is printed on the ballot marked by a ballot marking device. The party abbreviation associated with the candidate's name is circled or underlined. There is an X, a check mark, a plus sign, an asterisk, or a star, any portion of which is contained in a single oval, and no portion of which enters into another oval next to the candidate's name or question choice. There is a diagonal, horizontal, or vertical line, not relevant to where we are. There are words of affirmative choice such as vote for Smith or vote yes in the area for the specific contest.
It's just that text of the reg, if you're reading it follows each.
Okay. Okay, so the gist of it is there is nothing in this definition that refers to notes attached to ballots.
Yeah.
All right.
Further discussion
Would
on,
it be any different if the note didn't say made a mistake, but just said lower school? Would we even consider that?
Because it's not on the ballot, based on the definition.
if they had written her name on the ballot next to their vote, we would have another different question, yes. Okay, so the motion from Daniel is to count it as a vote for Shebra Evans. Any further discussion?
Well,
Diane?
I can't help but I can't unring the bell. I know we're using logic, but I saw the note. It indicates a different candidate. And I would be inclined not to give it to Evans.
I'm also, so I very much.
Loud enough so they can hear over here.
So, I very much also had the same thoughts that with the notes being very clear about a election. I've also considered that the integrity of the vote, according to the law, is more inclined to accept actually on the ballot. If there's a world, for whatever reasons, we may think that it's even a little bit of, I won't say it's corruption, but just this idea that someone could have messed with the ballot, then a note that it's not actually on the ballot could be someone's way of messing with something. We're not saying that's the case today, but to your point before, it has always been a concern of whether or not the integrity of the vote. In this case, with the post-it note, technically speaking, there could be a world where someone had access to the ballot, fixed it on, and walked away. So, right, so that's why I am considering more strongly what Kumar has shown. Does that make sense?
Okay, any further discussion on this motion? Any further discussion on Daniel's motion? Okay, let's vote.
Let's have a.
The motion is that it be counted as a vote for Shebra Evans. Okay? Ami, Daniel, Margie, Alex, Keena, Diane, and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
The message is not about.
Well, in every example, when it says a definition of a vote, it's something that's actually
On the ballot.
On the ballot.
They did not anticipate anything not on the ballot in that regulation.
Easier to call us.
That's why it's handy to have your lawyer.
It's not only handy, it's required. We can't have the canvas without Kevin.
I didn't even look and see what football games were on, so.
I did, and the Penn State game is tonight. Hence my son's presence here at the moment.
Okay, so now we're in 0401, and the issue is whether there is a vote for Judge Dubois.
Okay. Well, that clock is an hour off.
Oh, I'm not looking at the clock.
Okay.
It's like, oh my God, we're about to go into looking at the ballots, and I'm like, no.
Oh. I'm not looking at that clock. No, it's been like since.
Alex, I think.
Is that? They're on there, I think there's only one more.
Yes.
Yes. The process is very cumbersome when you have unintended consequences.
I think that implies that there was any intention about it at all, other than I want. You know. I'll explain later. Yeah. I don't remember, to tell you the truth. Has everyone seen it? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, there you go. Daniel's looking out for you guys. Of course, I'm just totally lost.
Actually, I went to the office. I ordered one for you, so you like, I decided to take it. There's another one coming back. I have to be honest, I can lie to you.
You took her shirt, is that what you're saying?
This cannot be my. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Daniel, how do we get one?
I plead the fifth of this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, our attorney said I can plead the fifth.
No, no. He works for the board president. Kevin, we are prosecuting Daniel for theft if he doesn't tell us how he got that, how he didn't get.
Just pay attention to me.
It says Montgomery County, Maryland. There are not too many lawyers on this board. There are 3. We're not even a majority. No, Ami is not a lawyer.
She's smart to be a lawyer.
He's a
She's smart to be a lawyer.
She's an artist. She's a multi-talented person. I can understand why you would think that she has that as a skill as well. This is what I'm trying to understand. I didn't realize that they were ordering shirts for everybody. The badge. Oh, it's the badge you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the shirt. I'm saying, okay, now I get it. Okay. I understand. I understand. It would be a little large for marching. You know.
So for some additional debate, it's been brought to my attention that there is a marking in for judge errors.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Did you guys see that there's a mark for judge errors? Okay, the floor is open for discussion.
I think it's a no vote because it looks like the X is on top of the.
Okay. And what do you, and what do you think about, the bill for errors?
I don't think it's a. I don't like.
Okay, Daniel, what do you think? Okay. Hey, folks, can we have one conversation, please? So what I heard so far was Margie said that she thinks that this is a no vote in both cases. And I believe that Ami and Daniel said they agree.
I agree because for me, it's just inconclusive which one. So
Any discussion over on the side of the table?
Yes.
Well, I know that the SDU regulation defines the third element of the vote is the majority of the vote designating the candidate of question choice is still there.
Yeah, so you're arguing that this is not a vote.
I mean, by that standard, it was not.
Okay, now what do you, what is your standard for what is your thought on the Leibowitz vote?
Because the magnification shows that the X is superimposed over the colored in oval, but it was an intent to cancel out the votes to judge.
Okay, so it sounds like you are in agreement with what Margie said and what Daniel and Ami agreed with. If I hear correctly, which was that neither one is a vote.
So that in effect, this ballot will be counted as.
No vote for any
candidate.
candidate. You look like you want to say something.
If there's a marking, and consider it a vote, and there is in fact a marking. We have spoken about that. Many times. And we've also spoken about that there isn't a certain percentage that we look for as a market to be something we consider as a vote.
Do you think that it has the same character as X check style districts like they do?
Objectively, no. So that's. But in consistency with what we've had in the past. We have voted yes on this, I guess. I voted no.
I don't.
As a conclusive group.
I don't think we've had anything in this election, at least, that was that small that we voted yes on.
The times that I recall that we've seen
Yes.
this has been where you see that, and then another folder that's completely filled in.
Right.
And we determined that they sort of initially began with candidate X, said, no, wait, I'm doing candidate Y, and that's fully filled in. I don't
Okay,
remember
yeah.
seeing it by itself.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yes,
Margie,
I think that, there be no vote counted for the race of judge for the circuit court, for the Sixth Circuit.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moving and second, any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. Oh, Andrew, next time, say that faster, like in the ballots on that side of the table.
Okay, that's hard.
Thank you. He is. He is indeed. Okay, what you got next, Kevin?
Dave, so there's a lot of ballots today.
We lost Tommy? Okay. I don't know. Why I was just asking. No, it's all right. She'll be back. It's okay.
So a vote in the president.
That's the only race at issue?
Take a look at the whole thing. That's the only thing I see.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Okay, president's race. Here, whatever. Whichever one's yours. Take- Oh, I didn't show it to the viewers. No, you go ahead first. I'll do it on the way back.
Consistent you want to play.
I gave you the chance.
I'm holding out.
Okay,
There we go.
packet of cookies. I remember the days when I could do that. Those days were a long time ago. Well, no, we started doing the canvas here when we needed when we needed the storage space where our canvas used to be held on site. They actually installed shelving there because they needed it for our equipment. So then we came over here and now we are in the process of acquiring more space at our office so that we don't have to come here. But we have not yet completed that. I need to show it to the viewers for just a second. This is the vote we're talking about, the vote for president. Okay.
It's a vote. And that's where you do the map across the note. Let's see. Yes.
Did you like undergo like a training before you?
No, no. Our training is that we have each other to compare notes with. That is our training. That is our training. I agree. Okay, so Ami has commented that she thinks the X is on top. And Daniel agreed, and everyone's nodding their head. Okay, Ami, motion.
This be counted as no votes.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Kina, Alex, and I vote aye. No vote for president, unanimous.
Nearly. So the, yeah, those. So. Everybody knows which places. What did you get the end of?
Like months ago.
Okay, this is an 0103 issues and questions.
Okay. Question A,
By the time we get
right? So this is the vote on question A. We'll go this way this time.
So I'm looking at question A. I don't even need a magnifying glass for this. What's the greatest example?
I think.
Your emotion.
Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Daniel, yes.
the
On the question A, on the ballot issue,
first day I move that we, that's,
Against.
vote against.
this will make sure, I don't want, I don't want to say something, it's a vote against question.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Keena, Alex. Okay, and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
It's pretty clear. Nine, 165. Okay. Okay. U.S. President.
If one is good, more is better.
An interesting question, whether you'd rather have the 1 or the 3.
Oh, wait, oh, yeah, oh, my.
Exactly.
So are we have a little bit?
Yes, I have a lot that has.
I would think they do.
I don't know. I don't know.
I have this one. I think those are very. So when you look at that, I don't have any.
Are they changing?
They enroll the names from them, but the t-shirts themselves, and the county see. And. So, well, I mean, it's innovation, so how long is the only exception is that it brings out their names. I ordered this in that piece of wood.
Yes.
By that time, I was
In fact, when I highlighted it, means don't pull a ballot. You don't need to pull a ballot for it. It'll go through the scanner.
Meeting this week. Yeah. President,
Oh, yeah.
it's not, it's not our most complicated ballot.
So,
I guess that's considered overload.
my guess there is unanimous consent to withdraw this from the before, and it should not be. Because-
Okay, is there anybody who objects to this being withdrawn from the referral because it's an overvote that can go through the scanner? No objections? Okay,
But no, it looks like a pencil.
and
Doesn't need to be shaded with a.
President overvote, pencil, darken in, all.
There you go.
he's got it.
Kevin's on it.
He's got it. He's done this once or twice.
Done it a few times.
He's done it once or twice.
Not your first rodeo.
Pencil does not work on the scanner. We go over pencil and pen, but it has to be supervised.
Okay, last one of the day.
Yay!
I think there's more back there.
If he says it's the last one of the day,
Last one of the day.
it's the last one of the day. There's always more back there.
Okay. You have to figure out whether there's a vote in the US Senate race, representative in Congress,
Uh-oh,
and question one.
really? They're all roughly the same. So this is the Senate race. And this is the congressional race. And this is question one. Guys, we have a whole nother half here that needs to look at it, so I appreciate your being kind to our visitor, but we really need to move it along. You can look over your shoulder, but
Are you very decisive with this?
I felt like I have an idea. I didn't even ask for the super magnifier. Well, we'll see whether Alex with his super magnifier matches us mere mortals with our magnifying glass.
What's that? Senate Congress question.
Folks on this side of the table, do you think that this is the same question 3 times over? Do you think we have to take them one by one? Okay. That's not a decision, that's just an initial, it's an initial survey. Well, I'll ask the same question on the other side.
The ovals are on top of the X.
Really?
Yeah.
Better look again. I thought it was the opposite. Can I borrow? Thank you.
So, do the other 49.
Did you think the oval was on top? Or do you think the X was on top?
The X is on top, but I don't think it's a good.
Yeah,
Maybe he felt. it.
yeah. Because I thought that the X was on top.
Because that's what I looked at that back of buying it looks good.
Yeah, you know.
That looks like it. Very nice.
Because. No, right.
Let me know when you're done. No, Alex, it is not. Well, I have to admit, it does look like that circle is on top. On that one. Yep. Sure about the third one. Have you,
I believe the
on all three?
I think what happened was they made the X first.
And then decided to put the circle, yeah. You're supposed to do circles, yeah.
Some people ask for certain races.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Okay, is there a second? Actual votes, that each one, Ami's motion is that the vote for US Senator be counted for Larry Hogan, the vote for US Representative be counted for Jamie Raskin, the vote for question one be counted as a vote for. And she said previously that she believes that the filled in circles are on top of the X's in all three situation. I will say that after using the special magnifier from Alex, that I agree with that assessment. I was least confident with question one, but I still think that the voter is following a pattern. Any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. Is this it for today? Okay, thank you, Kevin. Okay, so we
No, but. Nothing to show. I'll share with you. You actually done your meeting. Get done with it. One thing I want to share. In this, we just put one voter. Basically overhead. It's like basically. Yeah. No balance. If somebody does, there's a cage for Already, kind of takes so hard.
Now, they're gonna build it on campus. You guys. But on the other side of the square. Resolve that. Send it down.
So I think we gotta check it. I know, I mean.
See you on time, all day.
Write it up.
Oh, yeah, good to go.
That's the benefit of attorney.
So you post it.
Yeah. Excuse me, just one thing, thank you very much for coming. We have passed out the last batch, so when you're done.